Just gonna do a quick test to make sure everybody can hear me properly. All right. Well, I guess for those that are coming in early, welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing? Hopefully all right. Hopefully all right. Let's get a bit of a sound reduction in the back. Just to kind of wake people up. Here's a real creepy one.
Goodness gracious, the way it glistens.
Blurp, never change. And never change, Celivis. Never change. Although maybe changing would be for the best. Let's get the challenge run screen up and running. Let's get the data on this saved. Welcome, folks. Welcome to some more Elden Ring Reforged fire spells. All bosses, I'm sorry, Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only, Elden Ring Reforged. Routing, yeah. Welcome back to that. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It's an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged, spearheaded by Kirnifr. Most of the work is Kirnifr's, but there are increasing amounts of it that do belong to other people. It is a vanilla ++ style overhaul mod that adds tons of new mechanics, binding runes for sidewards leveling progression, as in you turn it, you find rune pieces, you find a certain number of them, you turn them into a vendor, and or once you get the vendor started, you can literally just turn it in at your own grace site, and you can get secondary statistics such as reduced spell costs, increased stamina, or you can turn in even more of them for a stat boost while you hold them. Pretty neat stuff. You have deflects, ducking under certain kinds of attacks, new spells, new bosses, way too many things to list. I highly recommend that you type in !, or asterisk if you're on YouTube, ERR, ERRW, or ERRD if you'd like to know more information about the mod in general. If you would like to know more about what we're doing, you can type in ! DRoute for the notes that we're keeping, or you can type in ! Debuild. Please insert asterisks in place of all the exclamation marks if you are on YouTube. I'm working on the panels for those that I'll be flashing. I'll try to like flash every hour or every 2 hours. Anytime I think about wanting to talk, I should just flash an infographic on the screen instead. That'll make things a lot better. A lot better for us moving forward. Now, let's do the this one.
Let's give him a squeeze.
There we go. My palate has been cleansed from Celivis's vile talk. Anyway, yes, welcome to the challenge run. We're doing routing right now, so we're like getting a sense of how the general progression goes and all that fun stuff. We're not doing a real run yet. That comes after practice. Well, that wasn't... Actually, I just spotted a rune piece by doing that. Well, let's go ahead and grab this lovely thing. It's not too difficult. At least I don't think it's that difficult. Never mind. Oh, no, not really. It's not really that difficult. I want to thank anybody who followed from yesterday. I greatly appreciate it. There we go. And I jumped off the bloody thing after I... Perfect jump, followed by LOL Omega lol fail execution. Neat. Anyway, last time we killed the few bosses that were there in Volcano Manor, and then we started wiping face to Praetor Rykard / the God-Devouring Serpent. And I have had a chance to do some theory crafting with the amazing people over at Reforged, the Reforged Discord. They seem to think I should be going... that I need to adjust my stats accordingly for this point in the game. I don't have enough... I don't have enough endurance, and 80 arcane seems to be the hard cap. You really... Technically, the real hard cap is 99, but 80 is basically like a hard cap. I did have Ividian, that's the... I would say one of the other starting lead devs, explain that I basically already get 95% of my catalyst efficiency by being at exactly 80 arcane, and each percentage point, it's quite literally less than 0.2% per upgrade, even if it feels like technically I'm watching the spell scaling increase by 1, it doesn't really matter. And we'd be better off by literally having the ability to run.
Ah, is it thy whim?
Yes.
Now.
Alright, so I'm pretty confident with our stat investments. I'm pretty confident with everything up until 80 arcane. So the last 13 levels. Everyone seems to think that I should be putting these points into endurance. I think I'll probably stop at 30 here. I think that's going to be reasonable. And that means I can recoup 2 of those points that I had been meaning to spend on arcane into arcane. I want to stop at nice even numbers for stats whenever I can. Now, I think we were at 290 something to 290. Yeah, so we do lose quite a few points. So, that's step number 1. We have 1,300 points of stamina, and I think that's relatively reasonable given the binding runes that are also in our inventory. So next up is our spells. I actually feel the safest already with Flame Fort and Bestial Vitality. So it's other stuff. Now there are two pathways we could go about this. I've actually been told that Theodorix's magma is awesome, and I should learn how to use it. It's literally the best, one of the highest damage incantations in the land, and I do believe that. I really do. So we're gonna give that a few goes. Failing that, simple also equals best. Still can't use a generator. Pure ephemeral sadness. Literally cannot use a generator. That's not true. So there is a person on the Reforged Discord by the name of Zenith Bemusement, who says that we can probably get a single generator usage off if we wait for the giant lunge where it leaps It's like the big snapping lunge. You guys have seen this from yesterday. It's essentially, it bites like 5 times in a serpentine pattern, and then the God-devouring serpent will jump, and when it lands, it'll lunge forward and leave a lava trail behind it. Like that is possibly the time where it can get it with a generator. Also, we can actually forego, if the circumstances line up, we could actually afford to take Catch Flame and use it as DPS when the boss is downed. The other reason that I would suggest that the suggestion to take Theodorix's Magma for this fight specifically is Rykard huge. Rykard big boy. Rykard gonna take lots of damage from the magma left behind. Now, if I don't like the way this plays, then we're essentially just playing a game of cast Flame Sling until he dies. Just over and over and over again. I feel confident with our talisman choices so far. I feel confident with everything else that we have. Like, we have a little bit of healing if we really, really, really need it. Let's also make sure we prepare defensive spells accordingly. I want to say I was suggested another spell and I just didn't get it, and that was Flame Protect Me. It may also have been a weapon art, but I wonder if we could change a Ash of War on this. Maybe? So that's what? Consecrated area for self and allies inside it also increases poise attack power. Golden Slam. Yep, that's like I'm not allowed to take things like Golden Slam. That doesn't really work. So I'm gonna try, if I need extra healing, I'm gonna try Holy Ground, and actually using poise attack power could be, or actually boosting poise attack power could be pretty nice. How many of these things do we have? 8. So we have plenty of time to go grab our we have plenty of time to grab if we don't like the way our build is turning out, we can totally like adjust gears. I'm gonna go eat some dragon hearts real quick. Nice. Another bot. Excuse me. Another bot. Banned. How's everyone doing? I realize we're having a quiet stream to start with, and I do apologize about that. I'm also going to apologize for being really late. I had to fix the coffee machine, as it turns out. But I kind of felt like apologizing over and over and over for being late is also not a good look, so I just kind of stopped apologizing. At least as far as like a written warning is concerned. Oh, really? I think our eyes might be fully draconic now. Or like very close. Let's take a look-see. Wish there was a nice way to get like a... There's a simple view. Can we like... I guess not. Okay, before we can continue onward, we do have some rune arc materials that we need to farm if we're gonna try this again. And I can also show you the power of Theodorix's magma, because it isn't a bad spell. I discussed this with the people that were using it in the Reforged Discord. It's not a bad spell. It's a slow spell. It's a tricky spell. See how slow that is? But just look at that magma just left behind. Also, we're gonna transmog before continuing because we're not, you know, using demented dogs today. Okay, that is not the correct menu. Here we are. Maybe the errant sorcerer robes? Sure, I like this. It feels pretty simple. Also, what we probably should do is if we get enough runes in the process, we can like start buying Oracle's effigies. Because right now we're using the cleric's we're using the cleric's fortune, which works fine for the beginning, but it doesn't really help us offensively. It's more like a defensive catch-all instead. So I want to also try, I want to try using a different fortune to see if that maybe helps. And maybe the flask throughput is kind of like a mistake. Good God, dude, just stop. Take a chill pill. Just look at that damage. Of course, this is on enemies that are fairly under-leveled compared to us, but I want you to notice the poise damage that did as well. Can this thing be charged? I don't think that spell can be charged. I just think it's... Yes, it just allows one follow-up. And of course, like all gouts of lava and giant projectiles, we can angle this up to hit like targets that are further out. Not an incredible amount more, but at least something. I'm keeping an eye out for the, you know, the dragonflies and the bats. All that fun stuff. There's one of ya. Alright, goody. Glad we got that all sorted, Mr. Dragonfly. Oh, we can also... Wait a second. I just realized something. Oh, you are an awful little dragonfly. That ends today. I'm not gonna lie. I do in fact think that, oh god, I'm suffering the brain fog as well. Right, because I forgot, I'm gonna go back to a previous point I do remember, and that is, I think it might be possible, like, just looking at the ratios on things, we can, kill a bunch of the, octopi, the land octopi, over at Siafa River, and get ovaries from them, and quite possibly, manage to, you know, as long as we don't convert them to bloody extracts, we can, in fact, turn them into, you know, ingenious alchemics. Which may or may not be useful in the long run. We'll have to see. Is that everything? I think that's all of it. Alright. Well, we don't get any materials if we don't collect things on the way back, so let's do that. This can only really help our stats. Goodbye, Sir Turtle. I've also been told that making turtlenecks, like the stamina regen item, may or may not be useful for us because of all the running around we're gonna have to do for that fight. But we'll have to see. So part of today is gonna be, you know, farming some materials to take more cracks at the boss. And then the rest of it's going to be just attempts on the boss itself. If there is any boss that we're going to die to in the process of routing, it is Rykard. It is Rykard. It is Rykard. Let's get that in our heads right now. Also, you sell an Oracle's effigy, right? How much? Or Oracle's remedy, excuse me, it's 5k. Yeah, we can grind up the runes for that. That's fine. So one of the other things I want to do is unlock the major fortunes. The major fortunes, and then also grab either the fortune of the apothecary or the fortune of the sage. Which one we grab is quite literally going to come down to how useful is it going to be long term. Also, the fortune we grab is most definitely going to be the fortune we should have started with. Just as a warning / FYI, that's one of the things I think I got wrong, was taking the cleric fortune at the start instead of reading through them all. I tried to save time. Ah, just look at all that beautiful magma. Just gob tons of the stuff. Okay, I'm literally asking for my controller to not eat inputs today. It should not be bloody difficult, but it is. No, that story ends today. You've decided to torment me. Oh, and you're dead. Goodbye. So, while our wonderful overhaul mod was made by Team Reforged, one thing it does not change out of the 13,000 things that it is capable of changing is Torrent's appearance. It is vanilla. So if you see Torrent in a weird... If you see something other than Torrent, that is because I have managed to merge it into Reforged, or not merge, but rather inject it into Reforged, or otherwise loaded on top of Reforged. This is the Falling Star Beast skin. It's my favorite mount skin. You can find skins like this and more on Nexus Mods. You can type in !ERN to go right to the Nexus Mods page for Elden Ring in general. You can find other fantastic overhauls like Convergence or Reborn. Those are also there. And you can search for this one made by Apollo who? Apollo, as in the Greek god Apollo. And then who, like, if you were going to say who, but if you were an owl, Apollo who? Best mount skin. I have the saddles. I've seen many people get the unsaddled version. Both work great. They're packaged nicely to work with Metis Mod Launcher, MML for short. Fantastic. And Metis Mod Launcher is how I'm able to play with the mount skins on top of Reforged. Now, if there ever comes a day where Reforged has an internal file structure for other mods, then that'll be fantastic. But until then, you know, I'll use Metis Mod Launcher, and it's perfectly fine. Now, we collected all the things on the way, so now we can teleport back. I guess also while we're here, we can sell our, we can sell some of these golden runes and see about picking up some of the other oracle's remedies that we need for that we need to purchase, excuse me. This one's 5K. You get these primarily by going to the merchants and buying out the remedy in their inventory. So let's go to our fortunes. Maximum stamina. No, I don't really need that. So the assassin, ranger, apothecary, heretic. And then we have these. Yeah, I guess let's divine the apothecary. Jar Rights Collection, arcane. Decrease FP cost of consumables. Okay. Projectile range when wielding crossbows. Of skills, sorceries, and incantations. No, definitely not. Increases spell damage, FP cost of spells. Okay, this is retooled Warlock. This is the one I was looking for. So we're going to divine the Fortune of the Heretic. And then what we want to do is go get another Oracle's Remedy so that we can buy, we can get the Fortune of either the Sage. Yeah, I think it's the Sage, specifically. And I'm gonna guess that the Nomadic Merchant over here might have a remedy we can buy. I don't think we've actually gotten more than one Oracle's Remedy this playthrough. So we should be okay to just buy them outright right now.
Trade again.
Yes, this one is 4K. I'm perfectly happy with that. Let's go divine our other fortune of choice. Cleric was fun. Cleric was fun, but I think if I were to do it again, I would definitely try to just go for one of these other ones straight away. Sorcery specifically. Sage. Let's see. Natural when casting a spell. Yep. Slightly increase the damage of aberrant, magma, death, and night sorceries. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. Spells restore less FP. No, you don't want that. Briefly increases the attack power. Now, see, this would be the other one I could see. It's like Fortune of the Houses. But, I mean, we don't even have to divine that fortune. So it increases dexterity. Yup. I could also see Fortune of the God Slayers. If we lean into like the Black Flame, we could kind of do this pretty specifically. Vector of Infection. Yep. Status resistance. Runes gain. No. I think we want Sage for this. Because we're not exactly... We're not like clamoring to go cast... to go cast support incantations. Okay, and then what? We make hard runes out of the rest? And then we're going to have to go farm up. We may have to go farm up some other stuff. Okay. Flesh strips. Don't convert either of those. Okay, how many materials do we have? We have enough for 6 rune arcs. Let's go make one more pass through to grab more gold fireflies, and then we might be okay. I'm pretty sure we could also tackle a low-level rune bearer if we really wanted to, and that kind of opens up a more dangerous, you know, farming location, because that you do have to keep in mind that the rune bears can still kill you even if they're very low level, just because of the just because of the... Oh, hold on. Actually, changing this changed our stats. We lost 1 point of vigor. We do not appear to have gained another stat. Hang on. Maximum HP. Oh, we lost max HP. That's kind of a problem. Yeah, that max HP kind of hurts. Not gonna lie. Okay. It's just things we'll have to bear in mind for, you know, any future runs or routing that we do. We'll have to bear in mind the cost. And I'm fairly sure I might have just aggroed a small army. I heard a horn. Like that's what was happening. Okay, we might be okay now. Now, of course, our spells are doing less damage in rain. So that's kind of... It is kind of something you have to bear in mind. You know, if you're thinking about playing this game for yourself, and this is a vanilla interaction, by the way, you just lose out in rain, period. 10%. Now, if you want to play in rain, you can. Lightning spells are increased by the same amount. Yeah, I'm literally begging for something else to be happening right now. No. This is a pretty nice, you know, FP free way of restoring FP. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and grab these. And there's the last gold dragonfly. Okay. Let's go return back, craft our stuff, see what our supply is looking like. And we'll go from there. I'm pretty confident about, you know, the phase 2 strategy when we get there. With the phase 2 strategy being throw out a summon, try to keep Rykard's attention, all that fun stuff. I have also been told that the that I should consider the Kai mercenary set. I've sold it, so too bad for me. I have to go farm it, but oh, what's the difference? Scales with faith, whereas this scales with arcane. Okay. Okay, no. That's what it is. This scales with strength, this does not. We want this item, because we get a little bit from faith. Just a little, though. Only if we're gonna be chucking items. Anyway, let's make our crafting supplies. Okay, 10 rune arcs. I think I have what I'm requiring. Perhaps. If I were to... If I find a way to pop or get enough runes to get 5k, can I find some way to, like, spend them? Boy, it would be nice to buy... if they bought glass. That's 50. And that's 50. Do you have anything worth buying at this juncture? Oh, I can pop one more. Yeah, I could pop one of our 2Ks to get those arterial leaves. Yes, actually, your arterial leaves. And sure, we'll spend on a smithing stone. Now we can focus purely on the fight. I'm not even caring about our death marker, none of that stuff. Because there's nothing there at that death marker. Now, are you guys ready to get started? It only took us 45 minutes. We were efficient. We actually farmed the correct fortunes and got the correct stuff properly. I really don't want to, have another one of those. farmed all this stuff just to get it in one go. I'm gonna be hella mad if that happens, but you know, here's hoping that's not the case. Anyway, let's get a BOSS on the screen. Let me also get one going on for YouTube. A boss is ready to fight and shove it there. It's just super good. Hi, Aniv. Yes, we have a few bots in here. However, these bots, the ones that I'm talking about, I've signed up myself. Their names are Seribot and Kumabot Defender. They, I don't know why I'm doing this. I should be doing that instead. Seri and Kuma both, you know, block out hate raids and, you know, known bots. It's quite... they're the best package I've had. In terms of like automatic protections. We have Blurp Bot, which is used to make these alerts actually function properly. Let's send one just so you guys know what I'm talking about.
Behold, your mother is dead.
I edited that one myself. I found the audio and snipped out parts of it. Anyway, the last one is Aniv, who I just replied to here. Aniv is a chat bot. You summon him into your chat, and he will talk if a certain number of chat lines are introduced into the chat window. I have it set to trigger about every 10 to 15 lines, and it is based on a Markov chain algorithm. In terms of its deep learning and how it learns things to say. If it's got commands, it'll use those commands. I should say, if you have commands, it might learn to use them if other people are. If people are being jerks, a Niv will be a jerk. If a Niv, you know, if people talk intelligently around a Niv might pick up on that and start trying to say more intelligent things. It's great. I kind of treat a Niv like a small child. It doesn't really know what it's saying. I will, of course, purge it and make it sit in timeout if necessary, but it's a bot. It's an AI bot. I understand that most of the things it says, it does not know what it truly means. It gets a pass on lots of stuff. Other people, not so much. Anyway, it is the very definition of BOSS time. It is time to fight. And I will see you guys on the other side of this. Thank you. Wish me GLs. Hopefully it won't be necessary. It was too early. Nope. We apparently ended on 18 deaths yesterday. So, I think the counter is working properly. Let's not use rune arcs until we know, I'm saying it like it's one word. Let's try not to use rune arcs unless we know, Unless we're confident in our attempts. I'm currently not. I'm dead. Immediately. I don't like this spell. Too tricky. We're gonna give it a few more tries. I don't think it's fair for me to just, you know, say, look, I played badly because of an amazing spell. I think, though, I can't get the opener I want. I think I literally have to wait for it to come closer. And if I have to do that, I'm not sure I like it. But yeah, let's not, you know, berate a spell that honestly is just fine. Let's get closer and see if this makes a difference. I might just have to wait for it to attack first. And of course you would jump up. No, I need to bait it into attacking. I just feel so vulnerable doing this. Yeah, kill me and be done. It's bad. It's so bad for this fight. I stand by it being amazing, but I feel like I have to summon in phase 1 just to do it. You know what? I guess if I'm gonna really give Theodorix's a fair shake, I had better be willing to summon for it, huh? All right. I do think I kind of have to wait. Before I can just go and like, how much does this require? It should be double that right now, right? I should probably just recast our utility spells. Mimic? What are you doing? Yeah, that was not at all worth it. Yeah, it spat where I was No, it spat earlier, and I should have just not gone for the, I can't. This spell is not, well, again, I think I just need to spend the 10 or however many deaths it's going to take. I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I think if my heart's not in it, I may want to consider changing what I'm doing. But if I have to do that, that makes the Sage Fortune worthless. Then I should just use a different one in the first place. All right, we're going to try to summon just someone else. Who should we summon? It's gotta be Latenna. It's gotta be Latenna. All right. Dead. I think it just makes me too vulnerable. I think this spell is bad for this fight. Like, it's doing damage, but we got to Rykard by not doing this stuff. So I should just give up on it, not do it. Do other stuff. No, this doesn't work. I should probably just commit to, probably Flame Sling, and that's it. I'll try a Generator plus Flame Sling, but, because I'm thinking about how cheap spells are to cast, and I might actually end up being FP plus on a couple of things.
Share that
But
with me.
other than that, I still say that Theodorix's Magma is trash. It's fine for a vanilla playthrough. For damageless, or I'm sorry, for deathless, bad. Hitless, worse. Damageless, garbage. You have to stand there too much. And I just don't have the correct setup to really be able to fire off shots freely. Unless we literally sit here all night doing this. Not a fan. And I would like to kill Rykard tonight. I do not... I need to... Yep. Bad. Bad, I forgot the spells. Maybe this could work. I need to not kill it right there. This is a better spot to try to poise break it. I have to be careful. Just reset the timer. Nope. Too delayed of a lunge. Fire against the boss, literally sitting in fire. Not a good time. As you can see by the death counter, Chicken Warrior. Welcome, welcome, my fine friend. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Yes, I think you've reached... I think people are reaching what I would personally call the run's capstone. This isn't the only boss that is like 50% resistant to fire, but I do think it's the only one that actually matters. Like, if I can beat Rykard, also it would help if I actually prepared the correct spells, then, you know, and we might have a better time. Let's try to do this. And I would call this the third strategy we've employed so far. I guess I haven't tried World O Flame yet. Rebuilding your Black Flame Monk from scratch, decided to just erase it. What caused the erasure? Were you just dissatisfied with its damage output, or... I guess we can try a couple of different things with this boss while we're figuring it out. If there is any boss that is going to be, you know, 50 plus deaths, it's this one. Definitely this one. And we've already taken 200 deaths elsewhere, so what's another 50 at this point? The effort that would have been needed to fix it would have taken more time than just playing the game again. Completely valid. Let's make sure these are. Oh, now that is unfortunate. How close do I have to get? I think this is too... No, maybe not. It's decent damage. I just don't think it's worth the FP drain. Unless I charge it. Yeah, if I charge it, I get some pretty decent value out of it. Yeah, I think Flame Sling is just going to be way better for a fight like this. Because I just can't get close enough unless I... you know, don't suck. I honestly should just die. Yeah, I'm just gonna die and start over and take this spell off. I think what I've learned is simple is best for a fight like this. Yesterday was probably the first time we've spent learning this boss, and today is going to be testing all the theory crafting and see if it all works. And I think what I have found so far is just... It's not really any better than what we were doing yesterday, which was Frenzied Burst for range, stagger it, then use Blood Boon. To build up a different status. It just seems... It doesn't really seem to make a difference. This is the pinnacle fight. This is just going to take time and perfection to get right. Unfortunately, when I was describing this to the people on Reforged yesterday, Rykard's blood defense changed at all? Probably. I don't know in what manner, though. As, I would need his unlocked codex entry to get that. And currently, if I crack open our handy-dandy codex, we look to the Gelmir blasphemies. The level 0, as in the grayed out entry, just gives us weak, strong, and if they're immune to anything. So I'm really not sure. We'd have to kill him to find out, or I'd have to. You know what? There actually might be a way to figure this out. Possibly. So what I'm gonna do is open up a nice little tool called DS Map Studio. Sort of get under the hood of the game, if you will. See if I can find a defense value somewhere. Unfortunately, let's try that again. I was trying to view some things under the hood for the Let's Play, and let's just say when the folder that DS Map Studio was using in order to view those things, when that no longer existed, well, DS Map Studio doesn't like that. And so it just asks you to reload the base again. Projects. Let's set this. So what I'm doing is I'm basically going to try to take a quick crack at the stats. Now, it's very possible that that doesn't really work, but especially considering everything that Reforged does under the hood and the whole obfuscation thing I might have mentioned before. Well, I should say the whole Mount Lover incident means that trying to look for this stuff probably won't work, but I'm gonna make the attempt anyway. Now, if I go under, I need to search for this to be under. It's not a tack param. Okay, so if we look, it's kind of impossible to see right now because of the display. And it probably still is if my viewing dock is any indication. So if we look, in Reforged, most things are multiplied by 10. Most things. I want to say resistances or resistances and status buildup are one of the things that were already in the hundreds, but I could be incorrect on that. So if we look, you ask for blood defense, so the bleeding, the hemorrhage defense. Assuming this is correct and no other modifiers are in play, it takes 720 points in order to make it bleed. That's baseline. And it mostly appears that 720 points is required for Rykard as well. So the boss just kind of has high resistances, but that's to be expected, honestly. So to answer your inquiry properly with numbers, assuming they're the correct ones, note that looking at any one singular number in Reforged is never correct, because there are literally 10 things changing it. Assuming no other modifiers, it does take quite a while, but most spells have also been adjusted to account for that, like, higher modifier. So it should feel the same, even if numerically it's different. So let's just say, for example's sake, that we do this, right? You know, let's test our original build again. Get rid of the generator. We had... I probably want to order it the other way around. And we want to change our fortune to account for what we're doing. So here we want to go with the fortune of the heretic. So we can actually capitalize on the statuses. Because we can make them mad. We can bleed them out. It's just a matter of getting good. Alright, and now let's see if the fortune and what we're doing was literally the hurdle we needed to overcome. Shall we? Oh, I also just realized I was trying to bleed the darn thing when I wanted to burst it first. I don't know how that whiffed, but I'll take it. Wait, have I been doing that wrong the whole time? Can I literally run out of the way of that? Oh, and I just realized the hit counter wasn't on. Or, yeah, the hit counter. I'll have to change that in just a second. Nice. Yep. Because I got distracted thinking about stupid stuff. I should, you know what? I'm gonna forgo the break. I want to make progress. I don't even really care about that today. I just want to, get this boss down. And I guess people are going to be stuck dealing with the pre-roll. Can't be helped. Can be helped, but I'm choosing not to. Welcome to real progression, boys and girls and non-binary friends. Welcome to progression. This is its true face. The easy stuff, the ones that we've been taking 4 to 6 deaths to take out, thing of the past. Welcome to hell. Too early. Of course you would spit poison, you jerk. Hopefully I can just... I don't know why. I am not sure why I changed strategies right there, but I did. Yeah, of course that wouldn't work. Okay, that's one. Okay, that was way, way too early. Yeah. 26 deaths and 5 more to Rykard. So, I don't think his bleeding defense has changed. It was definitely effective. Yeah, it's not like it wasn't effective. I just don't think Frenzied Burst and Blood Boon are the right answer. And this, I think I'm saying this after... Well, okay. I shouldn't say that. It is an answer. And if you play way better than I do in this mod, I think you'll stand a much better chance of it than me. I think the better call for me is to stick with Flame Sling and just tough it out. That's what I think I should do. That said, I feel I need to walk away for a few minutes. Cool, maybe think about things from a different perspective. Maybe try to recall some of my own notes, etc., because I did theory craft this yesterday / this morning, like at the crack of dawn, with some folks from the Reforged Discord, and they were giving me quite a few different ways to tackle this. So, in case anybody doesn't know how I do things around here, and I am doing things kind of off the cuff today, I generally take a break about every hour, this session notwithstanding, and typically my breaks last around 5 minutes. I play 90 seconds of ads for Twitch, measly 6 cents, woo! But the more important part is it eliminates some pre-roll for you guys. Helps bring in new people who definitely dislike pre-roll, etc., etc. The great under-the-hood Twitch discussion, right? Nobody signed up for that? Anyway, I highly recommend you guys take a break through that yourselves, but do what you want. I'm not your parent. In either case, thank you for, sticking around and watching up to this point, and I will be back in more or less 5 minutes. See you guys after the break. Thank you. I am back. So sorry about that. I hopefully was not too late. Maybe a minute from the way things currently look, perhaps almost 2. I want to go ahead and thank everybody so much for hanging around and following or subscribing or, you know, engaging in chat or this or that. I really do appreciate it. If you like the content and hadn't considered doing so already, you know, please consider following or subscribing. It's Twitch or YouTube, respectively. Both are greatly appreciated. Both get you access to the Discord. Just hop on and I'll get your role all sorted out. I am working on getting a bot that will more effectively manage that stuff for me on Discord, but it is going to take time. A lot of the ones that are out there are like service specific, so finding one that just manages things generally is really difficult. And not just like, do you use one? Try the bot for you know, coffee donators, or try the Patreon specific one. It's like I just want an all-purpose bot. Finding that's a little bit more difficult. But I will get your role sorted out. You have my word on that. Speaking of having things be sorted, let's make sure we're not, you know, actively consuming bandwidth. I had the internet open on the streaming computer, which is usually a good call for it to, like, crash or DC. Hopefully the quality hasn't been terrible. And outside of that, if you follow on Twitch, you do get 5 emotes to play with that don't change as long as you follow. Or, you know, they might change if I change them, but you will always have at least 5. Unless Twitch changes the rules, and in which case, God help me, and I guess sue me for lying to you then. I think that'll about do it. So what I've come to a decision on is I'm going to change our loadout back to what I was going to be playtesting with earlier. I just wanted to demonstrate the original setup to those that were curious. We're going to just go bare basic. I may also... Yeah, I'm not even sure that O-Flame is particularly good here. I think I don't want to be near Rykard at all. Never... Or God-Devouring Serpent. Never mind Rykard. And just these 2 spells. That's it. That's the setup. Only thing we're changing is we're going to the Fortune of the Sage. So I at least get some FP value when I use the spell things, when I use spells in general. And it isn't like specific to say casting stat boot like status inducing spells. Like that's what Heretic, the Fortune of the Heretic was doing. It was giving me a slight damage buff for being able to maintain 1 or more statuses, but I have to be so far away from Rykard that I guess I don't have to be, but then I'm standing in the pool of lava and I don't like that. Fortune of the Heretic would not trigger on Madness pretty specifically. And you really want at least 2 effects, if not 3. 3 status effects when you're using Fortune of the Heretic. It would be great if I had like a status inducing run or status spells only, but this is not that run. It's fire spells only. So anything that deals fire damage is fine. Anything that is just a status is out. Anything that deals non-fire, out. Has to be fire, utility, or bust. That said, let's make some more attempts, shall we? So, I can turn this into an engagement question while we kind of like figure it out. And I want you guys to take some time and think on this if you're going to answer. What was the boss? What was a boss in a game that took you a long time to kill? I'll have an answer for you after this fight. Too early. Nope. I feel like I just run that, like run off to the right or left. If I need to test something for science. I need to know if the fling tracks. If the lava fling or lava wave tracks me, then yeah, I need to jump over it. If I could just run to the right or left, that really changes things. So, my answer from before is Dark Eater Midir from Dark Souls 3. He took me 136 attempts. Yeah, 136 attempts spread out over a week for me to finally kill him. It took me a long time to find my rhythm for Dark Eater Midir. No shame in that either. He has a truck ton of health and is very difficult as a caster. Even more so if you're using dark spells, which of course my first time I definitely did not. I used lightning arrow and like lightning spear to do the job. Beat him the first time with the Dragon Slayer's Great Axe. The second time, Mischees. I think it took me maybe 40 or 50 deaths my first time with the Mischees. And that was the strategy I used for all my subsequent attempts as well. Was the mist. He kind of stuck to his like somewhat easier move set during like the mist. Although I might be missing the cheese, or might be missing what the cheese was. Not sure I ever did it that way. I definitely know I used Pestilent Mist. I just wanted to know what the Moonlight spell did, so you wanted him dead quickly. Completely valid. Completely valid. Yeah, Moonlight was a pretty nice spell if you could get to it. With that, I need to recast these buffs, which is a pretty good sign. I shouldn't have been talking there. And I will see you guys on the other side of this. You gonna go into the ground? Of course not. Okay, now. You can! Oh my god! That is... Jumping over it is way more epic, but... That is way easier for me to do. Okay, I was too busy casting a spell there. That's my fault. That range is not that great. awful. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna try something, and it's gonna sound stupid. Sage rewards me, so I want to take a preview at the Sage Fortune, because that is what I've opted for here. That's gonna be... I didn't know there was a ghost in the early part of Nokron. A ghost... I thought it was just 1, 2, 3, and 5. Ghost 4. Ghost 4. I'm trying to think on what you were talking about. That isn't Ghost Glove Work 4. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, kind of hard to... Wait, Nokron. You mean... So when you're saying Nokron, you definitely don't mean the Siofra River, right? You mean, like, the actual Nokron city. Like, you kill Radon, you go down through the crater. That Nokron? Just making sure I'm on the same page. First area with the elevator up to the big jar. Ah, okay. So the late part of the Siofra River with the bridge that you could cross to get to the aqueduct portion. Okay, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, you could get a 4 there. Not easy to... They're not easy to grab, if I remember correctly, but you can get them. Although I don't know... See, now my knowledge of Reforged is messing with me. I want to say that I know I've gotten 3s out of Nokron and the Siofra area. I'm really unsure about the 4 now. What am I doing? Right. Changing the spell. That's what I wanted to do. So we're going to try... Let's try Giant's Flame Take Thee. And if that doesn't work, I'll try Flame Fall Upon Them. And see how that works out. And then the idea is if I can poise break it, I'll kind of like run up, get my 5 casts with the generator and move back out. All right. Let's make another go at this. Okay, that lunge is delayed on purpose. All right, yeah, I needed to aim up for that. I don't know how I dodged that, but I just did. Oh, but this is not at all worth it. I just realized what we were spending in order to actually be able to stagger him like this. I am living somehow. And I am dead. Alright, that is way too expensive of a spell. I chugged 4 flasks to make that happen. It is a nice spell, though. And Giant's Flame is great on bosses that aren't Rykard. Let's try Flame Fall Upon them. See if that turns out to be any better. A lot of Gatorade in a short amount of time. Yeah, and we gotta space that out for Rykard himself. Definitely too much juice. I ultimately think Flame Sling is just the best spell for this job. I didn't... It doesn't always do that attack. Which kind of stinks. But that hardly hits either. I actually stood in the magma there. That's really bad. Thank you for the follow. But I get the feeling that a bot was what followed me just now. I'll have to add that to the list of bots for, and/or scammers for Seribot to... Never mind, that is a completely bad time to cast. Rolled right into it, because of course I would. Look at that. I can't even attack him with Catch Flame because the poison spit. That's also my fault, by the way. I definitely should have just been running around when that happened. All right. I definitely did not calculate that right. And I'm dead. You know what? You know what the nice thing about scammers is? I'm gonna blame this. I'm gonna blame our current woe upon them. I definitely, and no, what I love about it, the broken English too. You know, I know not everyone has English as their first language. I try to be understanding about that. But it's the chat privately with someone on Discord. That's what really gets it, because most people know, most real human beings understand that private Discord DMs are not, they're for friends. The only reason your comment gets messed up is you're typing fast on an old phone that can't keep up. Perfectly valid. And look, it's not like your English is not that broken, right? Just... I might have to, like, ban this person. Even a Niv disagreed with the dude. Good on a Niv. We love a Niv. There. I actually quite liked Flame Fall Upon Them. It hit the boss in a lot of different spots. And I do think it strides this middle ground between small, dinky spell and, like, big spell that costs too much FP to use. Plus, Sage rewards us with extra FP regen just for casting a spell with it that costs 2 slots. So here's hoping that I've found a consistent direct damage spell and I'm not literally trying to whittle down Rykard. It's kind of like stinks. You don't want to be whittling down Rykard. You want to be able to poise break him as much as possible. Okay, I literally can't poise break him here. Thanks, game. Love that for me. But I can here. That was a bad time to cast. Dead. That one I have no one to blame but myself. Where's another scam bot where I need them so I can blame them? I'm kidding. I don't want the scam bots here. Or individuals who think I blame the ground. There is always that. There is always that. I think all the times we've reached Rykard so far have just kind of been a fluke. Both today and yesterday shouldn't have gotten in my way. Do whatever will keep your sanity in a video game like this. Nope, you would spit right there, you bloody serpent. I should have been running and not casting that time. Uh-oh. I don't know what it's doing. Okay. Huh. This strategy is extremely FP efficient for what I'm trying to do. I like it. Oh, that is a jerk move. Did I just roll through that? Oh, I'm dead. How many times have I gotten him to phase 2? 5. The one you saw today, and then 4 times since last time. He is hard. Now, I'm glad you asked this, because this can get me. This allows me to answer 2 inquiries. 1. Many people in the not many, but like a few people that I talked to about this in the Reforged Discord were like, "Man, but you know, you could just use the serpent hunter, right?" I'm like, "Yes, I can. I can totally use the serpent hunter. It's allowed under Team Hitless rules. I'm allowed a +0 serpent hunter for both phases of you know, God Devouring Serpent and Praetor Rykard. Cool. Those hitless rules are for base Elden Ring. And I'm not trying to like, but yes, exactly. You're getting there. You're right on the cusp of that. In base Elden Ring, something you're probably fairly familiar with, bosses can have 80% resistance to elemental damage. Rykard has the distinguishing honor of being 80% resistant to fire damage, along with the magma worms. That is there to strictly discourage fire magic from being used. In that scenario, where there's 80% resistance, I'm fine with using the Serpent Hunter. The hitless rules were tailor-made to that exact scenario. In Reforged, the cap on resistance is 50%. Hitless rules, even though this is a Deathless challenge, I'm using the hitless rules as a base, do not account for the adjusted resistances across the board. I think if I were to make a rule, or if I were to make a rule sheet for Reforged specifically, I would say if you're using X only, unless you're a melee build, you are not allowed the Serpent Hunter, because you have methods for which to kill Rykard. They just take a lot longer. Plus, as Chicken Warrior has already pointed out, yes, it's a gimmick fight. Ha ha. Let's do the Yorm the Giant thing again. That's no fun. And with Yorm the Giant in base game, they totally allowed you. The FromSoft totally allowed for non-gimmick strategies to be used. You just had to properly learn the fight. And, you know, try to target his head, or when he brings it down, or his arms, or his legs. Like, you can poise break him. It's just really hard. And if you're a spellcaster, you have it a little bit easier than most, because you could sit there and point a spell at his head, and as long as he's not trying to close the gap super fast, you'll eventually get him. You will break him, and you will be able to unload your fury. Same deal with this fight. I can poise break this serpent. I can do it. Now, to make things doubly hard, I'm using an element it is resistant to, fire. If this were literally any other kind of run right now, I would be able to do this maybe easier. Not easy, but easier. Because I would literally be preying upon, I would be preying on something it is less resistant to. If we take a look at our codex, I want to demonstrate this as well. When we looked back at this, I'm not sure it was something that was paid that much attention to. That is the incorrect entry. Strong against everything. Slash, strike, pierce, magic, fire, lightning, holy. Now, strong against does not mean 50% resistant to everything. Just that it has a resistance of probably better than 5%. So it could be anything. And I know for a fact that Rykard is 50% resistant to fire. We can still use that in a normal run. I can use that to my advantage and prepare different spells. The restriction is with the challenge run. Now, the other little inquiry is, well, why aren't you using magma sorcery? You have like Rykard's Rancor or like Lava Shot. Sure, I could go get those things. I would have to literally do extra quests, but I could do it. We have a bigger problem. I have no intelligence for this run. because the earliest fire spell is an incantation. And according to Team Hitless rules, which I'm still using for baseline, if there's a way for me to take the condition at the start of the game, I have to do it. I am obligated to do it. So I could not use different spells, and then when I start killing bosses, like let's say I travel throughout the lands between killing trash, I can't come back to say this encampment down here, this one right here, kill the monks, it being level like 50, go turn this into Corrin and get fire spells and say, we have the run. That's not allowed either under hitless rules. If I could arbitrarily take the restriction early, I must compulsorily take the restriction early. It's part of the challenge run. Otherwise, I'd be laughed out of the room. Now, all that being said, let's have some more attempts at this. I'm curious, Chicken Warrior, and I if you're here and listening, that is, were you just curious about, you know, how many times we've gotten to phase 2, or was there a reason for your question? There doesn't have to be. It can totally be because you were curious. I'm just asking. I'm returning a question back. And while we sit here and wait, take a break from the coffee, crack open a cold one. Not sponsored by Coca-Cola. Also not sponsored by Bones Coffee either, although I would kill for a sponsorship with them. I would kill for sponsorship with Bones Coffee. I hear it's really good. You seem to have been trying multiple strategies for a while. Wanted to know how far you got with all the attempts. Okay, fair enough. So yesterday was strictly I bumped into this boss, noticed it was affected by all status effects, and I was like, oh, okay, so I can build up madness and bleed and try to win that way, right? That was the entirety of yesterday. When stream was done, I went to the Reforged Discord and typed that I was having issues with Rykard and God Devouring Serpent, and waited until a reply chain kind of started. Once that happened, me and a few people basically sat. I explained what I was doing. I explained my stats, and they were like, okay, so we're going to recommend you drop your arcane from 93 to 80 because your catalyst is already 95% effective at that rate anyway, and you're better off having 30 endurance so that you can actually cast more spells. Yes, I did. I was very close to hard cap, and our catalyst was at 300, 299, 300 spell scaling. So with this adjustment, I did lose almost 10 points of spell scaling, but I do like being able to run. But yes. Oh, never mind. You're using Dragon Communion. That makes more sense. It does. It does. I also explained to them that, oh, you know, even though I have 48 mind, only 40 of it is in actual, like, distribution points. The other 8 points out of the 40, 3 come from the Amber Medallion and maximum FP, and I was like, bro, you going in on status effects or something? It's pretty high. I would agree with you. In like a traditional fire spells run, I would probably be higher in faith instead. But I think it makes objective sense when you can get this really early in the game to be an arcane build instead. I was a faith build at first, and after like a couple of weeks, someone was like, hey, you know about the Dragon Communion seal, why don't you just switch to it? It's a literal objective upgrade, and it'll even help you with item farming, which it does a lot. I'm very happy with being an arcane build for this run. Of course, you still need the base faith for all the incantations, yes, which is why my faith is 30, so that I can take advantage of being able to cast those spells. And all the points for faith are base investment. I had to invest every point. Just double checking, I don't want to lie to you. Yes, every single one of these had to be invested in faith. Had to do the same on your rot build. Minimum faith, full invest into arcane. Yep. And in Elden Ring Reforged, the hard cap for most catalysts is 80. I'm sorry, that's not even correct. So, with a catalyst that has at least a B or better in something like arcane, 80 points. If this were, say, the Erdtree seal, yeah, you would want it would be 80 faith instead of 80 arcane. And for something like say, I don't know, a weapon catalyst, the actual spell scaling part comes from a lot of different places, but mainly in intelligence. And for stuff like that, it's more of a split, where weapon catalysts or split catalysts tend to require 40 and 40 or 60 and 20. But the hard rule is 80 points into damage stats, strength, dex, int, faith, and arcane. All 5 are what allow you to essentially reach the coveted breakpoints on any catalyst. Any catalyst, period. Doesn't matter if we're talking about a dinky little glintstone staff, or we're talking about, I don't know, the Scepter of the All-Knowing, which I know in vanilla is a mace and not or hammer, and not a dual catalyst, and doesn't cast spells like it does here. So today is mostly trying out the different flavors of suggestions that were given to me. Still hope we get a dual catalyst in the DLC. I'm hoping so too. Not because I think, Reforged making a dual catalyst is bad or anything. But, actually having the underlying framework for a dual catalyst might make a lot of things for modding easier. Now, who is this Aniv? Who are these people? Ermac, Quan Chi, Takeda, Omni-Man, Homeland. Now, PB? I feel like someone was talking about a mix of Mortal Kombat and, anime comics, and then Aniv learned from that what all those things were, or how to say those things anyway. I recognize maybe one of those, and that's Omni-Man. Ermac and Quan Chi feel like the Mortal Kombat characters. I don't know enough about Homeland. I don't know who Takeda is. That I don't know if PB is personal best in this context. Homeland might have been Homelander. Yeah, probably. That sounds correct. The rest is all gibberish, and we love it. There are worse things than Niv has said, so I'm okay if it lists names. Now, I will continue answering any questions as best as I can, but I've heard enough lava churning. Don't know about the first 3 names in PB. Yep, short for personal best. I hope that's the context it's talking about, seeing as how it's literally learning from a Super Metroid speedrunning community, and PB is used there a lot as well. So here's where I'm hoping our common powers of deduction and reasoning prove our conclusion correct. Now, speaking of conclusions, it is time to draw this fight to another one of its inevitable conclusions. And I will see you guys on the other side about this. Maybe we shouldn't talk about evil superheroes in front of an AI. Agreed. Yep, I misjudged that. See, I don't think... I do really like our odds at this. I just have to play good. I have to be much better than I currently am. This is the kind of fight that without the Serpent Hunter, there's very little room for mistakes. And I'm fine with this. I think our run kind of needs this. If we look back over all the bosses we've killed so far, we had, and out of all the ones that were a challenge, we had Crucible Knight Ordovis, or the Crucible Knight duo in the Oriza Hero's Grave. That took 12 kills, 12 deaths in order to take them out. We had the Baleful Shadow, but that was just learning which windows to attack at 6. We had the Blighted Avatar, which took 11 kills. And that was just figuring out which spell to use. We had the Fulminating Rune Bear in the Fulgurbloom patch, east of Testu's Rise. That's a custom boss. That took 13 deaths to figure out. And some of those were deaths that we could have prevented by just coming back at the right time instead of fighting at any other time. What else? Godskin Noble in the Divine Tower of Liurnia took 20 deaths, 20 attempts to figure out. Screw that boss. Fighting it on the elevator is literal bullshit, but whatever. I think I can whittle that to like 4 or 5 deaths next time. Godskin Apostle and the Kalè Divine Tower took 12 deaths. We just had to find a correct setup. Then after that, the last boss, that took us a while to get down. If I can if I could just get the right... Where is she? Well, Renala took 2 deaths to get down, but I remember dying 6 times. Thankfully, this is just kind of like a baseline and isn't the run's baseline. It's a baseline for where and how we should start practice. So I've discussed this with my sibling when we talked about it last time, but my idea about doing this kind of logging the attempts before the run starts is to get a baseline on where to practice. So like Rykard is going to be, I need to make a save at Rykard and split it up from the main save, right? So that I can come back and practice. Because one of the neat things about Reforged is that there's a boss resurrection system. It's not the only overhaul mod to have it, but it is the only overhaul mod. I'm sorry, it's not the only overhaul mod. It's not the only one to have it, but I think it did do it first, or pretty close to first. That's fine for vanilla purposes, or, you know, in a normal playthrough, you can just resurrect the boss that way. That's fine. But I don't want to go back to the round table hold every time I resurrect a boss. That eats into practice attempts. It really does. There's nothing wrong with the way it's implemented. I'm not asking Team Reforged to make it more challenge runner friendly. Convergence can be that game. I don't care too much about that. I'll work around the restriction. I'm only explaining I'm gonna have to make saves for my own purposes if I wish to practice in this manner. Maybe once Kirnifr's gotten all the ideas they want, I can maybe try to sweet talk them into adding a few challenge runner friendly modes, but that can happen later. For the time being, let's get another attempt in and we can take a break. Oh, that is awesome. Yeah, I should die here. That was an awful poison placement. Absolutely bloody awful. If I get hit by that and actually not just like take a tick, but if I actually get poisoned, that is an automatic attempt ender. I cannot afford to be packing neutralizing boluses for that. Note that in a vanilla playthrough, I probably would, or like a Reforged playthrough, I absolutely would. But in a challenge run, that is a death sentence. Now, we might have time for one more. You know what? I'm gonna push the envelope. Did you not get Flame Cleanse Me? I do. I do have it. However, hear me out. Just a little bit. Let's say I cast this, right? And it's not like I don't have the windows to cast that. That's not a concern. At least not for me. Where did I see it? Let's say I do cast this. My only form of healing to get that health back is with Bestial Vitality. That's it. I guess I also have Holy Ground, but that requires me to sit in an area and wait, which, granted, I could do that. This is a pretty decent way of getting it back. I just don't think it's worth the FP cost on top of the other stuff. I appreciate you making a suggestion. That's better than silence. And it gives me the opportunity to explain, you know, why I might not be taking a suggestion, because you're right. And in a normal playthrough, I absolutely would take it in the off chance that I needed to cleanse it. Why do you have so many sorceries for a fire run? Oh, that's easy, because I'm not allowed to sell them. You talking about all these? Yep, literally not allowed to sell them. Or I would. I absolutely would get rid of these. If I could. Sorceries and incantations are one of the few things I don't think... I could put them in storage. You know, you're right. I could absolutely put them in storage. That would be in the sort chest, right? Yeah, I'll put that in there too. And then let's get rid of anything we can't really use anyway. I think golden... Nope, that is not correct. Why? I'm allowed that. I'm also getting rid of anything I'm not ever going to use in the first place. Just gonna secure these until I actually need them. There. Our spells look really neat. Thanks for that. I'm kind of used to having to showcase them all, so I've never really thought about putting them in the chest before. I knew that function was there, I just never used it. So thanks for that. That'll probably make my life pretty easy in the long run. If I just take anything irrelevant that I get and put it in the box. Now, let's try again. I should have already... Oh, I just barely made it. knows I'm begging you not to itch right now. Here's a neat little engagement question. Feel free to answer at any point. I just won't read them until I've got the clearance. Anyone else ever have a nose itch during a game that you couldn't pause and were literally infuriated during the whole time you were doing something? Because that's what's going on right now. You don't stand there in abject confusion, Coin. Do something. Oh, I'm dead. Ugh. I learned that if you ignore an itch long enough, it'll most likely move to somewhere else. That's easier to scratch. For itches that aren't related to my nose, I 100% agree with you. And I've never waited long enough to know that for 100% sure, as far as my nose is concerned. But yeah, I agree with that. Generally, if I leave an itch alone on my, like my wrist, it'll move up to my shoulder later. It's quite strange that. I'm sure there's a reason for it. Maybe I'll look into it over break time, because it is the very definition of break time. For those who, well, you guys should know the spiel by now. When we come back, I do have a little bit of shilling I need to get done, and then we should be right back to getting our spine broken in literal half by a boss. Thank you guys so much for watching up to this point, and I will see you guys at the end of this commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Thank you to everybody who's continued to stay and or watch, lurk, whatever fits your fancy. I appreciate all of it. Means a lot to me. It really does. I had to answer nature's call, which was why I was a little bit late. I had to run to the bathroom. So sorry about that. Before we continue, according to an article from, it appears to be the University of Oxford, there's an article written about this, and apparently an itch may move along the body. So, in other words, the sensation of an itch will move along the body to a new location based on a specialized group of cells called inhibitory spinal interneurons, which exist in the spine and act as a gateway between the skin and the brain. Basically, it allows the brain to detect inputs specific to the skin. These inhibitory cells either allow an itch sensation to travel upward to the brain or stop it in its path by inhibiting the message, more or less. There is some serotonin that is released as well, which acts as like a psychological reward for satisfying the itch. That's essentially what's happening. There are also some other chemicals that are released if you, scratch an itch somewhere on your body, beard, face, all that. But there is some extra information that is translated when you, scratch and or relieve an itch. There's other chemicals that are sent out as well, depending on what kind of itch it is. Something on the skin and something bubbling just under the surface of the skin, for example, will both produce the same itchy response. And if it's bad enough, you will be psychologically conditioned to try to remove the itch. Or you will be inclined to sit there and dig, like in extreme cases. And if anyone has ever engaged in some kind of really temporary self-mutilation, I'm not talking about taking a knife and literally cutting your face. I'm talking more like if you've ever had an itch on the undersides of your fingers, should be looking this way. If you have an itch on the undersides of your hand and you've ever put your finger in your mouth and sort of slide the underside of your finger across your teeth or wiggle it back and forth, and you've noticed you've had split skin or there's a slight bit of blood afterwards. I mean, you should stop if you see bleeding, of course, but I have had that happen myself, and usually it doesn't draw enough blood to be a concern. It's more like a pinprick. Most of the time, all you're doing is busting capillaries under the surface anyway. They're important, but you'll live. You'll live if those are what pop. Yeah. That was... I did a bit of digging while I was on the toilet, and that is what I have come to find out regarding itches and how they work. There are chemicals that sort of tell you what kind of itch it actually is, and your body releases a ton of different neurotransmitters, serotonin being one of them, to reward you for satisfying an itch. So in some ways, people who are chronically itchy have a hard time stopping because satisfying the itch psychologically feels good. It's really neat science. It's the kind of stuff that you're like, why does that matter? It might not matter in the short term, but in the long term, it could like help explain some disorders regarding people mutilating their skin and or their face. I think my favorite fact about itches is when we get one on the palms of our hands, because the palms of your hand are thicker to help protect the hand when we grab things. Regular scratching doesn't work, so we got to find other ways to scratch it with more pressure, like when you use your teeth. Yeah, I've taken a back scratcher to the undersides of my palms before. That's about one of the only few ways I know to get it to stop. If I'm like, okay, I can't put my finger in my mouth, what can I do? Oh, I'm gonna go take a back scratcher to it. I don't recommend you move up the ladder further than that. This goes for everybody listening. Please, 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 please do not use the contents of this stream to go and mutilate yourself. Don't do it. Or if you have to do it, go do that under supervised or under the supervision of a psychologist. That's way better than just doing it for yourself. Not trying to tell anyone what to do. I just need to put that disclaimer out ahead of time. You're right. Just remove the hand entirely. Can't itch if it isn't there, Kappa. Ah, and there springs the phantom itch trap. Even if you lose a limb, here at the ends of the nubs where the nerves still are will feel that. Even removing your hand is not a mercy. You would have to burn your entire body to remove a lot of that itching, and I don't recommend that either. I have a specific reason I'm doing this. You want to be this dude? Joshua Graham? You want to be the burned man? You know, Joshua Graham might be one slick son of a bitch, but I can promise you, getting burned alive to over 95% of your body is not something you want, ever. Just don't do it, folks. Just don't do it. And to use his words, it burns every day. The bandages are changed. The pain is incredible. The pain is absolutely staggering. And I'm paraphrasing after the first sentence, but I hope you get what I mean. Joshua Graham is a man you interact with during the Honest Hearts Fallout New Vegas DLC. You're right. If you're gonna set yourself on fire, become religious and have nukes. Fall first. Yup. Graham learned that the hard way. Fallout New Vegas. Man, are there some twisted stories to emerge out of all that. Now, as much as I would love to wax and reminisce about and I just realized I don't think I ever really shilled. I'll have to do that after this fight. I'm already here. Let's kick some ass or get our ass kicked. Oh no, I thought he was staggered. If you want to see more exhilarating deaths like this with no added interruptions, you too can subscribe on Twitch and view it ad-free. No, in all seriousness, if you guys want to support me in a more direct financial manner, If you can't afford it, don't worry. Your presence is more than enough for me. I'm going to do this until I literally cannot. But if you feel like pouring financial contributions, you guys have several avenues for this. There's Coffee, Patreon, and like direct donations. Those shouldn't have any frills attached to them. And that is for YouTube and Twitch. For you guys on Twitch, you have a few more levers you can press. There are bits, which I think have a visual indicator of when they're being dropped. They also show up in the chat. You also have your Prime Gaming sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you get Prime Gaming for free. One of its perks is a free Prime subscription. You can use that. You effectively get 5 emotes. You get all the follow perks, but you don't get freedom from ads. That's got to be an honest tier 1 subscription or better. And of course, tier 1 gets you the ability to vote on future games we might play. Or no, I'm sorry. Prime Gaming does that. Tier 1 specifically allows you to get priority on multiplayer projects when we have them. If you and I happen to have the same game and you feel interested in doing a bit of collaboration, I'll pick you first. I'll pick people that are sub-tier first as a reward to them. They can kind of like go to the front of the queue, if they will. Tier 2 and Tier 3 are thank me tiers. You like the content enough that you like the really sweet emotes at the top. $9.99 and $24.99 gets you those. I recommend the $5 tier. I recommend tier 1, best value for your buck. You don't get anything extra for tiers 2 or 3. That's about as much shilling as I want to say. Thank you if you do choose to support me directly. If you can't afford it, don't worry about it. Not a big deal. Oh, I definitely mistimed that. Oh, this is a bad position to be. Yep. I was way too close. Yeah, you know, the range moveset's one thing. Imagine being in up close, and if you try to get behind him, he spins right round and flings magma everywhere. Constantly taking magma damage. Constantly watching out for when they spin to win or do like a frontward sweep. If you can tolerate the damage, that's one of the better places to fight, but I don't recommend it. I think it's hot garbage. Wait, I just realized, where do the Volcano Manor houses have chimneys? Who the fuck is running a fireplace or cooking indoors? Well, you live in a volcano. You turned your house into a forge. I know. The answer is magic, my friend. The answer is magic. Shit. Oh god, that is a bad place for that. I need to like spin him a different direction or things are gonna be really problematic. Oh, May my hands forget thy skill. It's time for redemption. This is kind of like the current state of affairs in the way I'm behaving versus the way things are going.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
Yes, that's how I feel right now. Later, if this keeps up, I'm gonna feel like a bit of useless flesh. Absolutely awful. Celavus. If only you weren't such a twisted little dolly botherer. And, you know, actually someone quite evil. Then maybe the quotes would be funnier. Instead, it reads more like dry wit. The same way that Winston Churchill might be funny, and that is, you know, in the dry, poisonous sort of way. Oh, yeah, that was bad. Bad timing. How did... that is bad. Bad gameplay. I also apologize if the commentary is not particularly entertaining or anything. How many deaths are we up to anyway? Let me scroll back down to where we are. 39. Yep. Bad gameplay. I really do apologize for the lack of commentary. It's not that I can't think of funny things to say, and I do try to take breaks every so often to try to tell something funny or explain a few things, but this is the part of the run, or part of the routing, where I'm trying to focus on getting something accomplished. And I don't blame people if they want to leave over that or anything. Of course I would be too close. Oh, okay, good. I was able to cancel that. If anything, I hope this kind of content is good to lurk to, if nothing else. Where if you liked Soulsborne style content, it's not really a problem for you. Especially because the musical numbers are pretty great for Elden Ring, I have to say. I'm waiting for it to do like a long-range attack. Okay, here's phase 2. Oh, bloody fantastic. Okay, I need to just start running right now. So I liked the strategy for flame fall upon them, but you know, examining it in truth, I just can't get close enough to Rykard, like, at all. So I feel like I need some hybrid between the two, if I could say it that way. Together, become one with the Serpent King, and together we shall be fully. Yes. Okay, my oh god, my impression of that actor is awful. Absolutely awful. What can I do to like absolutely humiliate myself?
That man is the scum of the earth.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Yes, my vocal impressions are not allowed. I want to do an SM segmented. You do you, Aniv. You do you. What if I did like a... Yes, but this is like 100 FP more. What if I just lean in on the madness, right? Oh man, but this is awful. Yeah, I feel like I might need to just stick to Frenzied Burst here. Oh my god, that is awful. Oh, and you know what I just realized? I forgot during that entire time to summon and craft rune arcs. We went through and did all this farming, right? For the rune arcs, and as it turns out, that may not have even mattered. So we're gonna try with some extra stats, and remembering to properly summon this time. Don't worry, I've got Latenna for such a thing. That way she can be dealing damage while I can focus on just running. Come on. Do any of the great runes do everything differently? Most of them You know what? I should die here. Yeah. So I can, like, showcase that. Hang on, I have to review my hit counter controls again. Undo hit, boss. That would be Shift F6 or F5. There we go. I've got the correct one on. So it's kind of hard to show in numbers because Reforged is really stingy on putting numbers with anything because they tend to change contextually. So the mod author's just like, no numbers, only like slightly, greatly, or other like adverbs. That's typically what's put next to how effective something is. So I only have 2 great runes. I have Godric's, which in vanilla is what, +5 to all attributes. Godric's does like +2 to physical modifier or physical scores and +1 to mental scores. In Reforged, it's bad. And I'm not even exactly sure if I'm right. In most cases, you're getting a +2 bonus at best in Reforged. In Radahn's is a bonus to health, mind, and endurance. Yes. Here, where like the Radahn's Great Rune was kind of meh. Here it's much better. I get like 90. I get 90 stamina. I get somewhere like 200-ish FP and around 300 health. Radahn's is pretty good in Reforged. The main Radahn's Great Rune is just an ember from DS3 on steroids. Yes. Although I think now that title belongs to Morgoth. Morgoth's Great Rune, I think, is like 500, 600 health in Reforged, where it's like kind of a pittance in vanilla. Like, vanilla Morgoth's rune is just bad. If I ever get it, I can showcase the new... Actually, I can do better. I can do better than that. I can always do better. If you guys want more information, feel free to type alongside, look alongside me, or you can type in !ERRW or star ERRW on YouTube, and you can get access to the wiki, because I know the wiki does detail these changes in pretty great length, but just to demonstrate it on screen. This might be under world changes. Hang on. Nope, not the correct spot. I know this changes here. I just gotta find it correctly. Here we are. Changes to Great Runes. So, Godric's Great Rune gives +3 to Vigor, Mind, and Endurance, +2 to all non-arcane damage stats, and +1 to Arcane. Mohg's Great Rune was changed. Apparently... Okay. So 25% to 15% is a nerf, but considering everything else has been nerfed, Morgoth's is still the best at what it does, which is health. Rykard's Great Rune has been modified. I want to say Melania's Great Rune has also been modified, but that change isn't documented here, and probably won't be considering the wiki is being phased out for a new site eventually. But in general, most of the Great Rune effects were deemed too strong by Kirnifr, so they were, especially Godric's, they were kind of nerfed. Godric's in particular was what most people describe as being nerfed into the ground. It still does something. It's just not very good. And honestly, I feel like Godric's Great Rune, if the problem is free stats, I would just retool it to do something else. The only issue is if you were to try to tool Godric's as Melania's Great Rune, yeah, it's the rally mechanic in Bloodborne. Yeah, I know the core effect is the same. I just think the rate at which it works is different. I could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong. Maybe Kirnifr, given who this mod is a reflection of, right? Because with the convergence, you could say that mod is really a reflection of two people. Tiger G92, the man who started all of this in the beginning, and the creative lead dev Couch Jockey. Couch Jockey is the father of all magic-based hitless runs, and so it shouldn't come as any surprise that magic spells are greatly favored in Convergence. It makes sense. Whereas in Reforged, I've said before that Kirnifr knows this game like the back of their hand. They play this on mouse and keyboard. And I love me some magic. Yeah, Convergence does have some great Spellblade spells. And some absolutely breathtaking non-Spellblade spells. Reforged, on the other hand, any spells that were here were most likely additions from other people that Kirnifr made mechanically work, but the real joy is in stuff like this. The rhythm of the game, the flow of the game is way different. It's very technical, whereas Convergence is more about keeping the core fundamentals of the game and the cheese tech that comes along with it. They're very different, yet both complete experiences. And there's nothing wrong with either. Most people are probably going to like Convergence maybe a tad bit more, because the authors are not really anti-cheese. I've seen Couch Jockey talk about some of the balancing stuff before, and it's mostly we want the game to feel fun. Reforged is the balance and feel of Sekiro, and Convergence is the chaos of Bloodborne. Exactly. You hit the nail right on the head. I wouldn't be surprised if Kirnifr was an utter god at Sekiro, and I like to consider myself around average with that game. I am capable of parrying Genichiro when you fight him the second time, and like the whole lightning mechanic, I can keep up with that. Some of the other bosses are a bit more of a problem for me in Sekiro, where I can totally imagine Kirnifr just being a parry master in a game like that. I could see it. And I think more than anything with Reforged and Convergence, the whole statement of art is a reflection of the person who makes it, I think that's true here, because you can tell what the artist appreciates or in this case the mod author, appreciates when they make a game or when they make a mod. I would be real interested in seeing, you know, if Reforged ever does get into a mostly finished state and Kirnifr wants to mod something else, I'd be real curious to see what they do in another game similar to this. Maybe Lies of P would be a good example, as Lies of P is a fairly technical game and prefers the kind of combat that you would otherwise see in something like Sekiro, where it's very finely balanced. And okay, Lies of P is a little less balanced because one-handed builds are, I think, currently superior, but that's just the nature of Soulsborns or any kind of Souls-like. One-handed builds are usually superior in games where you're given a choice. Attacking quick is almost always better than big bonk. Elden Ring is probably the closest that FromSoft has come to discarding something like that. Something meta, something OP. Exactly. Absolutely correct. And I just realized I did not have my target spells, like, actually prepared properly. Let's fix that. Okay, so let's still cycle to 4 spells. But we want Flame Fort, and we want... Okay. Yeah, and it's sad, but it's true. And it's true only because efficient plays are usually good ones, right? Like that's true in any video game. You can do something for the spectacle of it, but why do that when you can just be efficient? It's faster and saves time. It's amazing to try out every character in a Tales game. But especially with the later Tales games, although I think Arise does a pretty good job of balancing out the feel for it. Tales of Berseria is like an excellent example of what I'm talking about, where on normal difficulty you can do whatever, but if you want to play on the highest difficulty, then you're eventually going to be relegated to comboing with the main character, Velvet, because she's the one... Did I say Velvet? That's not correct. I'll look into it later. She is the sort of character that works very well with the ability to regenerate points to use for arts and or abilities. She's the easiest to get mystic arts with by a long shot, and there are segments of the game where you're literally forced to fight as her by yourself. So you'd better be proficient with the protagonist in that Tales game, or there's going to be a problem for you. That's kind of what I'm talking about, where... What armor am I wearing? Well, I'm still wearing the Fire Monk set. That hasn't really changed. And since I'm not really using, like, Fire Monk spells, I probably could be wearing something better. Maybe the Clean Rot set? Or, maybe the Tree Sentinel set might be really good. Let's take a look. Speaking of the Fire Monk set, I need to kill the Godskin in the Volcano Manor for an incantation and his grace to farm my outfit. Yeah, I don't think there's a Black Monk encampment in Elden Ring Reforged. Speaking of which, I guess that's something I can mechanically talk about for a second. So in Reforged, you're capable of going to encampments, and some encampments will have like a weapon or something in the chest, but there will be red-eyed enemies in every encampment, And if you clear the encampment, you'll unlock a chest. The Thief Taker encampment has the monk set. FromSoft 3, count them, 3 Godskin monks in the entirety of vanilla Elden Ring. I think that might be true in Reforged 2. I don't remember if they adjust the exact enemy count on that one. There may be more. There's 2, no. I think they're like 5. You have the 3 in the Divine Tower of Kalè, and you have the 2 that are in front of the Temple of Igle. Yeah, Igle, there we go. I think I got the better pronunciation now. Igle. This place right here, there's 2 Black Flame monks. And I think that's the only 5 I've spotted. I'm not even sure if there's a suggestion to add more. I'd like to see a few more where they make sense. Like in the village of Dominula. That's here. I could definitely see some Black Flame monks out in this direction. We'll have to see. Trying to think of some other ones where that might be the case. I could potentially see a couple in, like, the Divine Tower, in the Inverted Carrion Study Hall. I could see some there. Like, no more than 1 or 2. The Black Flame monks are supposed to be rare in number. But I think a few more, if there's no encampment, couldn't hurt. To, like, help with farming the set. Because most of the encampments that are here, if you complete them, you get a chest that either gives you the weapon that you were going to have to farm anyway, or it gives you the armor set that you would have had to farm anyway. A good example of this very early on is the there's a Kaiden mercenary camp here, and if you clear out this encampment, you get the Kaiden mercenary set, which is really quite good early on. If you're playing any kind of melee build, I highly recommend it. It increases your max stamina by like 100-ish points for every piece you wear, and 400 stamina. 400 or 250 stamina is not a joke in Reforged. I don't know if I could say the same about vanilla. It's time to make another go at this. Feel free to, well, anybody can feel free to keep talking. I just might not respond until after I'm fighting the Big Daddy Serpent. Okay, I'm poisoned. Kill me. That was... I was just being stupid there. I should have just ran in the literal opposite direction. That's my fault. So I think so far I can count my deaths to like 3 basic things to the God-slaying, God-devouring serpent. 1, bad skill. That's true even in the other 2 cases. Number 2, terrain. I'm not paying attention to where I'm going. I get caught up in a column of corpses or something, and the next thing I know, I'm having to dodge multiple strikes over and over and over and over and over again. Number 3, I pick bad times to cast spells. I'm trying to, like, be aggressive, right? And that means attacking almost every time I have an opening. so I don't lose the posture break I've been working so hard to go towards. But I'll cast a spell when it's uncertain if the God-Devouring Serpent will continue the combo or not, and then I end up taking a hit or trading to ensure the posture break, and that's not good either. Have to do better than that. The rest are like flukes. Okay. Just gonna jump forward if I can't run out. Like right there. If I were being supremely safe, I would not have attacked right there. I would have waited. Hitless or challenge runs in general are all about certainties. You don't act on something you're unsure about. Which does definitely make me a subpar challenge runner in that respect. Okay, run in. Get out of that, though. Dead. We could very well have 200 deaths to this thing. I really feel it. As a reminder, just in case anyone doesn't think that's possible, I did count when I was doing the Dark Souls 3 Dark Spells only challenge run years ago. I did die 50 times to Aldrich before I killed him because he was super resistant to dark spells. And I was not doing a mod for that. That was just pure vanilla suffering. So I am used to having hitless counts that hitless and death counts that high. That doesn't really bother me. What bothers me is just it really does feel like an uphill battle the whole time. With Aldrich, once I got a pattern, it was fine. The terrain would not often screw me over like it's doing right now. Yeah, I figured that probably wouldn't work. I should have just jumped there. Yep. Principal problem, terrain. Never in my life, even with the Demon Princes, in Dark Souls 3, I have never felt the effects of terrain as profoundly as I'm doing right now. It is time for the level 2 sound redemption, because I definitely feel like a combination of these two things right now. Okay, that one has to be fixed. Let's try again.
Do you always have to yap?
Followed shortly by...
Useless flesh.
I kind of feel like that right now. Nothing to do but keep going, right? I apologize if people were looking for something a bit more comedic. I have nothing. His first drop was a fire blossom. Yippee! Oh, that's gotta be fun. Okay. I think I might have recovered that. Oh, I'm not supposed to be talking during boss fights. So far, I haven't had to drink a single flask yet. Okay, you're doing this. I think I might have found a way to include more health flasks. Don't have time. Yep, makes sense. Yep, bad time to pick that spell. First rule of challenge runs: never say something is doing well, especially if you are prone to distraction. Hang on, he did a move I've never seen him do before. He raised his hand above his head and launched flame toward me underhanded. Yeah, he can do that. It's kind of, let me make sure I understand what's happening before I just say that. Yeah, not fire monk. Godskin. Yeah, he can do that. Noble presence, I think, is what that one's called. It summons a ring of fire around the Godskin Noble. It's not supposed to be like an underhanded toss or anything. It's supposed to just be, I'm going to stand and literally conjure a ring around me. Yeah, that one's pretty fun. It's especially fun on the elevator Godskin when that's happening. Real fun. I knew he had the Godskin version of O Flame, but that doesn't even resemble any of the incantations you could learn in the game. Hopefully it's not a discovery of like obscure content. Okay, I'm not timing the perfects right. Oh, I forgot how long that range was. What? Oh, I stood in the lava. Talking about the Godskin monk. Oh. Yep. Wrong. Yep. That's a sign of Coin is being distracted while he talks. Yeah, the monk, I've seen him use the underhand once or twice. I usually don't pay it any attention. I hope there's video footage of that. If not, you could have the discovery of a lifetime on your hands. I don't even want to farm anymore. I want to bait that and see it again. The true definition of, peak Soulsborne content is find the obscurities in the game and farm those. Yeah, you're not... Your attacks will find no purchase today, serpent. Oh, from Soft. Shitty camera. Don't do that. Oh, bad. He can also hold his weapon to his weapon above his head, apply flame, and slam it on the ground. That's, yeah, very classic monk. This is gonna go over real well. Oh, that was a bad action to have queued. Really? I just feel like I don't really have a choice but run. Good to know he can do that lunging swipe. Okay, he's doing another one. All right. Oh, he's in the lava. I can't do anything about that. So I have to take a tick of fire damage to even deal with that. Unacceptable. Oh, I've hit a wall. I have hit a wall. This is awful. I should cast this. Oh. Really? Flame gout and explosions on the screen? Holy Christ. Just stop with the spam. Really? Okay. Learning has occurred. Occurred. Excuse me. I am trying to be a bit quieter. Even when I exclaim things, but I know that isn't bloody working. I want to take one of these and chuck it back there. But I'm going to resist the bullshit. I think I have found a strategy. However, what I have determined is Catch Flame is excellent in Phase 1 and literally allows me to adjust my flasks accordingly. I think because of our particular strategy we're employing, I can actually adjust the flasks down, specifically because Phase 1 exists. Let's go for 5 and 7. I think as long as I'm consistent with my performance, I think I stand a chance against Rykard. That was a really good attempt. That was the furthest I've gotten in Phase 1, or Phase 2, excuse me. And I still didn't summon anything. I just found I didn't have the time to do it. Go ahead and craft another. Go ahead and pop this now. Let's do this. Oh, I don't like when he does this. You picked a really bad time to do that, friend. Yeah, it was a bad time on my part. Okay. Huh, I can take a second and sip. Thanks. And thanks to anyone who's been watching by me. I can't imagine that just watching a white man play video games is that entertaining. So I really do appreciate this.
Very well.
Thanks for your inspirational dialogue, Rykard, but I'm not interested. That was a bad time to chug that kind of flask. Okay, here comes the Rykard's Rancor. Bad. Oh, right. All right. The huge skulls start. And I don't want to be drinking flasks during that at all. Oh, are you serious? Oh, that it. Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, and of course. Damn serpent. One more try. One more. Just one more. Even if I go over, I owe it to myself to do this. I'm nervous. I'm definitely nervous. If I get another flame butterfly or gauntlets, this controller is going out the window. I'm not laughing at your rage or frustration. I'm laughing at the fact that the drops have been very unkind to you, and I am supremely sorry that you're putting up with that. But it would also behoove me to make sure that I'm on the correct count for this. Thanks for the hype, Devious Grace. Much appreciated. Sorry if I can't, do that much right this second. Can at least manage the cap, however. Who knows? Maybe the cap will bring us good luck on this last final fight. And I guess I can do a shout out while we're right here. Devious Grace is a horror, also make sure I do the correct things first. They are a horror survival streamer. Please go check them out if you hadn't done so already.
Very well.
No problem. Although this is about as much as I can do since now the fight is going to start. Just as a heads up. That guy looks like what my soul might look like. Mine, currently. I can explain more once this is all over. Not good. Yeah, Lieutenant was not long for this world. Thank you for all the hype emotes. Much appreciated. Thanks for all the hype. Too far away.
Useless flesh.
Let's give him a squeeze.
Oh my god. Literal spam on the screen. Ah, you... Thanks for all the hype, guys. Okay. Oh, that's too far away. Oh my god. That was close. I could have been eaten in one sitting.
This is revenge, you witch. And you ghoul.
No, 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 no. Oh, that's twice in a row. Okay. To run laterally right now.
Oh, entry, grant me suck.
Wish I could get a gap for 5 seconds. Yes! And I have two sound alerts for that. I have 2 sound alerts. Which ones were it?
Behold, your mother is dead.
And this soundboard. Thank you for the clips. Let's see. And this voice clip right here.
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
Oh my god. I apologize for anyone who might have been sleeping next door. I apologize to my family whose slumber I have most assuredly disturbed. I want to thank everybody so much for that. God, I'm gonna cry. 45 deaths to God-devouring serpent and 8 to Rykard, and we killed him finally. And we have another challenging boss to get to next time. For oh my god, I'm getting to be emotionally and physically spent. So now at the end of stream, I'm finally going to rest. I want to thank everybody so much for all the hype, the love, the sound alerts, all that fun stuff. Some of them were distracting, but most of them were well appreciated. For those of you on YouTube, you may go ahead and head off here. I don't have anything for you. If you're leaving here, thank you so much for stopping by. You're welcome here anytime. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, and goodbye. Now, for people on Twitch, I got shoutouts, and then we can decide if we're... Actually, while I'm thinking about it, what we're gonna do is set up a poll. Like you. Yes, exactly. Got a hood. Let's effing go. Scott. And congratulations on the gear you were farming, chicken. Much appreciated. Let me set up a new poll. I'll give this a duration of 1 minute. While that's going on, we can do some shout-outs to people. Yeah, let's give another shout-out to Devious. Still need the pants and robe, but better than nothing and butterflies. Agreed. Agreed. I got butterflies in my own stomach, man. I need to do something to rustle these jimmies out. If you guys like, you know, something more relaxing than this is the kind of stuff you can get hyped to. I recommend a man by the name of Strider Stone. He has really neat sound alerts and is known for playing some fantastic brews in Magic the Gathering. If, however, you're looking for something smaller, might I recommend Coach Cage and the Kid. They're playing some Shadow of the Tomb Raider. It's not quite Elden Ring, ladies and gentlemen, but the one's very relaxing and the other is, the other's a little more hype. And did I get Devious? Did I get Devious Grace? No, we have not gotten that. You got the armor? Awesome. I'm glad you're able to get that armor. The pants are very nice. Your luck transferred to me. We like that around here. Let's see. What do I want as a redemption for that? Beep. Yes, welcome. I might give it I probably will give it to Devious. They did ask rather nicely. So, yeah, I don't have a problem. I'm off to be online. Yep, great end of stream. Thank you, thank you. I have not... Oh, I guess I can use this one.
Night-night, sleep tight.
And that is what I have to say to that serpent. Night-night, sleep tight. Yeah, let's get the raid set up. Before you go, yep, I don't have much on me, only a Sprite, but thanks for that nourishing replenishment. I want to thank everybody so much for the fun we had tonight. Got a ball hall blast, awesome. Can't wait to hear more about that on the stream tonight. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. This has been some more Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only routing. Our trials are not over yet. We still got the rest of the game. Tomorrow we have Crucible Knight Kiernan. That's supposed to be like almost like a super boss. And anything will be a literal improvement from together we are family, yes. I get the serpent is very annoying. You could say this was fighting fire with fire. Agreed. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe. You're welcome here anytime. You guys know all the algorithmic stuff that you want to do or feel like you might need to do. And with that, goodbye. Raid will be happening in 5.